Okay, there we go. It worked out that I didn't unmute yet because my cats decided they wanted to be angry. Shut up, Gray. Hello, hello. Sorry, I like ran off to the bathroom and that's what I forgot to get. I forgot to grab some headache medicine. Hold on. I'll be right back. I went to grab him right as you grabbed the bag and it scared the shit out of him. He ran so hard. He like flattened himself to the ground and then took off. Oh man. Okay. Medicine has been obtained. Okay. My roommate's boyfriend scared the shit out of our cat. Okay, okay. All right. But hello, hello, welcome in, guys. Y'all know what time it is? It's an art stream. So you know what we listen to? R slash stories. We got like a week's worth of R slash stories to listen to. So let's get those all pulled up. How are you guys doing today? Way. There's R slash. Oh no, I hope you get better, man. I'm doing pretty good. I woke up with a fuck ass of a headache, man. So I'm like chugging coffee and medicine. Ah, you've been playing rivals. Hell yeah. We'll have to play later, Gray. Or, well, I don't know about later because you'll probably be asleep by then. Uh, I don't know. We'll have to play sometime though, dude. Like, for real. Okay.
Welcome to r slash am I the butthole, where OP is thrilled that his
My volume was all the way up. Oh my god. Oh. Okay, another 8 hours. Bet. Okay. I never know. Like, I know you're definitely like hours ahead of me, but I never know exactly like when your day and night is. So when you leave the stream, I'm like, okay, it's bedtime for Gray. So like, because when I would do my like late streams and shit, I swear you said it would be like 2 in the morning when it would be like 11 at night or something. I don't know. For me, excuse. Oh, you get to try out the new burp redeem now. Now that I've changed it over to mix it up, it has a message with it now. It does. It does. There you go. I wonder if I can make it to where like it randomizes messages. That would be so fun. Just every time that you use the burp command, it like randomizes what it says. Not the gas strikes. Okay, okay. Let's see. R slash am I to asshole? Let's go.
Is thrilled that his sister's life is being ruined by bullies. Am I the butthole for doing nothing to stop my stepsister being bullied and refusing to apologize for it?
Oh.
My 14-year-old stepsister is being bullied at school. I'm a 16-year-old guy, and I knew about it but did nothing. The reason? My stepsister bullied my actual sister, who's 13, for years. And she still bullies her when I'm not around. That's actually how our dad met her mom. There was a pretty big incident at school, and my dad and her mom were called in to speak to the principal and talk about a game plan. They consented to this buddy program for them so that my stepsister would need to be there for my sister for a few hours each week at school. They're in different grades. Afterwards, my dad went out for coffee with her mom, and they ended up dating and married a year later. My sister started getting bullied in first grade, and the bullying got worse when our mom lost all custody of us. My mom ended up becoming an addict and wasn't safe to be around us. My stepsister found out through gossip, and she tormented my sister about how much our mom didn't love us. That really broke my sister, and it led to an incident where my stepsister grabbed my sister by the hair and pushed her down in front of a bunch of other kids in the grade above my sister. My sister was really hurt when my dad started dating the girl's mom, and I was pissed. Dad and I don't have a good relationship because of it, and I told him and his wife that they're shitty people to do that to my sister. Our relationship has lots of conflict. I refuse to be nice to my stepsister either. She might be young, but she's tortured my sister for 7 years now, and it hasn't gotten better. My sister not being in high school yet means that school is her safe space now for a year. Before that, she didn't have a safe space at home or at school. I told my dad that this is his fault, and he told me things will get better now that we're a family. Well, when my stepsister started high school, she had trouble adapting, and then 2 girls in my grade started making fun of her. I heard about it, but never saw it. By October, everyone was talking about how the girls in my grade were slut-shaming my stepsister and calling her all kinds of names. They also spread rumors about her and other stuff. I never said or did anything. A part of me was glad that my stepsister was being subjected to a little of what she put my sister through. I made sure to keep my sister away from her as much as possible because I know my stepsister being bullied could have made her an even worse bully. Things got really bad at the start of the month, and there was a fight between my stepsister and like 5 other girls. They all started taunting her and ganging up on her. After the incident, her mom was called, and my dad and her mom found out more. They were in and out of school for a couple of weeks, and last week they were told that it was the talk of the school. This made my dad confront me about not doing anything. I told him I would never help her. I help my sister, not her bully. I told him I don't care what happens to my stepsister. I'm doing what he should have done and taking my sister's side, not play family with that brat. Dad lectured me about it and I ignored him, and because I wasn't apologizing for it, the 2 of them lectured me more about not doing better and not apologizing. Am I the butthole? Well, OP, if you wanted to take a page out of your dear old dad's book, you would start dating one of those girls' bullies. How could they even be mad at you for it? It's exactly what he did. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your father and stepsister, however, are straight scum. I'm giving them both 4 out of 5 buttholes.
Yeah.
Am I the butthole for not letting my stepson move back in after he pranked me? I'm a 48-year-old guy, and I've been married to my wife Karen, who's 45 for 5 years. She has a son, Dylan, who's 22 from a previous relationship. Dylan and I have always had a decent relationship. Nothing super close, but I treated him like my own and helped support him through college. Dylan recently graduated and moved back in with us temporarily while he looked for a job. Things were fine for a while, but he started hanging out with some friends who he said were into pranks. A couple of weeks ago, while Karen was out of town visiting her sister, Dylan decided that it would be funny to prank me by wrapping all of my work supplies, computers, files, even my chair, in duct tape. I work from home, and this was the morning of a big presentation I'd spent weeks preparing. I lost it. The tape was impossible to remove without ruining some of my files, and I had to scramble to piece together my presentation. When I confronted Dylan, he laughed and said, "It's just a joke, chill out." I told him this wasn't funny and that his lack of respect for my work was unacceptable. He brushed me off and acted like I was overreacting. When Karen got back, I told her what happened and said that I couldn't live with someone who didn't respect me or my home. I told Dylan he needed to move out. He packed up and went to stay with a friend, but now Karen is furious with me. She says I'm being too harsh and that Dylan is just a kid who made a dumb mistake. Dylan has since apologized, but I told him he needs to learn that actions have consequences. Karen thinks I'm being petty and putting my pride above family, but I feel like this is about respect. Am I the butthole for not letting Dylan move back in? OP, I don't know if you should let your wife move back in either. Saying he's just a kid? Yo, he's 22!
Yeah.
I could sort of see forgiving this if he were 12. And your wife defending this behavior is another red flag. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving Dylan and his mom 2 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for pulling over and...
Actually, Ezra, since you're here, does it matter the placement of the tentacles? Because I'm kind of I'm trying to, like, match it, but it's kind of hard with the angle that I chose. So I'm just kind of going for it. Bet.
Kicking my mom out of the car after she slapped me while I was driving? So I'm a 21-year-old guy, and I was driving my 39-year-old mom and my little brother, who's 5, to run some errands. My mom has this habit of...
Gray, this is not tentacles in that manner. These are tattoos. Different kinds. We're not talking about Loki here.
of not giving clear directions when I'm driving her. She doesn't say, turn left or go straight. Instead, she'll point or say, that way. And it always stresses me out because I'm trying to focus on the road. Today, she was doing the same thing, and I ended up taking a wrong turn. She got mad and started yelling at me, saying I wasn't paying attention. I told her, I can't read your mind, just tell me where to go. She didn't like that and kept going.
For now? What do you mean for now, Ezra? What? I'm watching you, Ezra. What does the for now mean? Which actually, speaking of Loki, I'll probably sketch the idea of Juniper in the Miss Invisible outfit on stream. So. What sophisticated king? No, Gray. That's not how this works.
Biggest
Thank you for the follow,
Dickus
Bigot.
just followed.
That username, dude, what the fuck? Biggest Dickus. Stop, dude, what the fuck? Olive, get off her table. Get down. No, ma'am. Oh, shit. Don't worry, bestie. I'll come more tentacle stuff later. Thanks. Thanks, Ezra. Hello there, biggest. Welcome in. Why is the category in tentacle? The category is tentacle right now because the character that I'm working on has tentacle tattoos. Totally say so, tentacles to humongous dongers. Yeah. Okay. We'll get back to the stories.
Then, out of nowhere, she slapped me on the back of the head while I was driving.
What the
I got
fuck?
really heated after that because I almost swerved and it felt completely out of line. I pulled over immediately and told her to get out of the car. I'll admit I was angry and probably raised my voice, but I was mostly focused on the fact that she slapped me while I was driving and
Yeah,
put all
what
of
the
us in
fuck?
danger. She started yelling even more and said that I had no right to kick her out. Then
Yeah,
she
they-
took my
what?
little brother out of the back seat with her, which made me feel even worse because I didn't want him to be caught up in all this. After about 5 minutes of her walking, I calmed down and drove back to pick them up. The rest of the ride was dead silent, and now I feel like the bad guy. She hasn't said much since we got home, but I can tell that she's upset. She thinks I overreacted, and I'm starting to
What?
question if I did. But at the same time, I feel like slapping me while I was driving crossed a major line.
Yeah, it
Man,
did.
I knew
What
there
the
would be
fuck?
stories down in the comments. We have this one from A Pleasant Nobody. An ex of mine was driving a few years back, and his grandmother suddenly grabbed him and yelled at him to look at some goats on the side of the road. He swerved into a
Dude.
ditch, his car was a wreck, and he suffered minor injuries, but his grandmother broke a hip. She had to be
Bruh.
airlifted and spent months in the hospital as a result. What your mom did was dangerous,
Yeah.
not the butthole.
What the fuck?
I agree, OP. Your mom can drive herself from now on. And also, equally importantly, that's still not a good reason for her to slap you. OP, you get
No.
0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your mom 3 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for teaching my son a lesson and throwing him out after he said that household chores are a woman's job? I'm a 36-year-old guy, and I have a 16-year-old son with my ex, who's 34. We had our
Go
son
with
way too
it.
early in life.
Okay, so funny story. It's like one of my mom's favorite things to tell people. So one year we were driving to my uncle's house because we were gonna go to like a convention, and my mom was gonna go with me because I was still like a teen and everything. So she was like, "I'll go with you." And my uncle lived closer to where the convention was, so we were driving there to his house. And as we were driving, I spotted cows on the side of the road, which that's not too like out of like the normal. Like if you're like countrywide, no matter where you go, like in America, like you're probably gonna see cows. But my little brain was like, oh my god, cows. So I threw my arm across her face and I went, mer cow. We spent the like next 30 minutes laughing so hard because I just went mer cow and pointed across. We were fine. It spooked her a little bit, but we laughed for like the longest time. And it's like one of her favorite stories to tell people. I'll bet I got that story in right before the ad started. Hey, Sammy. Shut the fuck up, Gray. Hello, Sammy. Hello. Are you here for the ad break? Yeah? You here for the ad break? The 90-second ad break, we're gonna do a little dance. A little dance. Because I think Gray's the only one that can hear me right now. Gray gets to hear me torture my cat. She's living like her best life right now. Now she's getting angry. I'm gonna try to beat me up. I'm gonna beat her up first. Ah, Kitty's got hands. Kitty's got hands. I love when you like bat at cats and they bat back at you, but then they also open their mouths like they're gonna catch your hand. Boom, boom, pop, 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 pop. Oh, ad break's finished. Okay, time to stop torturing my cat. She's still airplane eared, so like she's definitely gonna attack my arm. She's poised and ready. Hold on, I'll have to make it a. So I can show the stream. Awesome! I'm glad they're looking good. Also, here we go. Here's my cat. This is Asami. It is one of my 4 cats. Well, 2 of them are mine, 2 of them are my girlfriend's. Look at her. This is Asami. Laugh reveal. Look at her. Absolutely. I don't have the Discord thingy set up anymore, but I can copy a quick link. Okay, there's my stream Discord. So if you want to like hop in there, you can talk about your cats and art and games, whatever you wish to talk about. But yes, also Care Bears. Dude, I was obsessed with Care Bears when I was little, but I've always had this really weird thing. I've grown out of it, especially because I've gotten into like a better collector's mindset since then. But when I was younger, all of my Care Bear plushes, they would, they would have those tiny little hair tufts on the top of their hair. I always cut that off because I hated that shit. I can't other place to bully fan. That's what it feels like sometimes. Oh, you can go in above me. I love their mustache. They're so cute. But yeah, I had a bunch of Care Bears when I was younger. Like I had like 3 or 4 shelves full of Care Bears, and then one day I decided that I was like, I told my mom, I was like, I'm tired of it. I don't want my Care Bears anymore, and I regret it because honestly, I probably could have sold those nowadays. But I miss my Share Bear. Share Bear is my favorite bear, and I really miss Share Bear. I want my Share Bear back. But no, now I have, I think, like 3 pairs of Care Bear sweatpants. We love your son. A good son. And Grumpy Bear is a vibe. Honestly, I don't know why Share Bear is my favorite. I also really like Lucky Bear because I like the green they use on Lucky Bear. But I don't know. Share Bear was always my favorite as a kid. So she's staying my favorite.
Me and her lived on the same street growing up, and we knew each other from school. We fooled around sometimes, and the rest is history. I'm ashamed to say this, but both of our parents have been exceptionally controlling in both of our lives up until the divorce. And both me and my ex were too much of a pushover to do anything about it. When they learned she was pregnant, they forced us to get married. They told me they want her to be a stay-at-home mom and me to go work. My ex and I hated each other for our stolen lives. We were never cruel to one another and have never displayed any hatred in our house for our son's sake. But we slept in different bedrooms and avoided each other as much as we could. We split up after I caught her cheating, which finally made us both able to break off the chains of control that both of our parents had over us, and we got divorced 2 years ago. Now, everything is very good between us, and I even consider her a friend now that she's no longer my wife. And
Aw.
credit where credit is due, she was a remarkable homemaker and an amazing mother. When we divorced, I had to learn all this on my own. It was the first time I realized how much work goes into maintaining a house. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I had to look up YouTube tutorials on how to clean and cook. A few weeks ago, I was ironing mine and my son's clothes, and I told him that I want to teach him how to do this, as I don't want him falling into the same mistake that I did and never learning this on my own. He said that he doesn't want to, and I just said he'll have to learn to do this at some point. He then said, "Only failed men do stuff like this, and I won't be one of them." I stopped and looked
What?
up, a bit bewildered, and asked him to clarify. He said that it's his belief that this is a woman's job to do, and that only simps do simple household chores. I tried to keep my composure as much as I could, but I asked if he saw me as a simp, and he just shrugged. I told him that now he will have to choose his next words very carefully, but I said that he will learn household work whether he likes it or not. He again reiterated what he had said, and I said, "Well, if you think this is a woman's job, it's time for you to live with a woman and to pack his bag and to go to his mom's house, as I will not have any of that Andrew Tate BS in my house."
Hell
My
yeah.
son lives with me during the week, as his school is only 5 minutes away, and his mom lives nearly 2 hours away. He refused to make his bag, so I made it for him. Then he started seeing the gravity of my seriousness and tried to backtrack on his words, but I wasn't having any of it. He must have called his mom while I was packing because she called me as well. She asked me what's going on, and I told her what happened. Surprisingly, she's on my side and asked me to drop him off at
Hey.
her place and she'll help teach him a lesson. It's been about 2 weeks now that he's lived with his mom, and she's been reinforcing the household chores on him. He's called me multiple times to apologize, asking to come back. His mom and I agree that he's going to keep this up for 2 weeks after the holidays and make him commute to school and do lesser household chores, and then let him come back to me to reinforce the consequences of his belief. My friends that I spent Christmas with yesterday said that I was rather hard, and it was a
Nah.
dick move to uproot his life like this. And it was a butthole thing to do. So
Nah.
now I'm questioning myself. Am I the butthole here? Well, OP, the one lesson your son doesn't seem to understand is that step one of having a girl do all your household chores for you is you first have to land a girl, which he's not going to do with that attitude.
Nope.
So realistically, you're doing him a favor, OP. He'll have a lot easier time finding a girlfriend once he, treats women with baseline respect. Will I be the butthole if I
Mhm.
press charges on a 12-year-old for accusing me? I'm a 25-year-old guy, and I met my 24-year-old wife around 4 years ago, and the relationship was perfect in all ways. We had many common interests, we rarely argued, our communication was great, and even our families got along great. My life was honestly great. I had a great job that I loved, and we were planning on starting a family soon. Until my wife's cousin, Casey, who's 12, accused me of something horrible. Casey always seemed to stick to me whenever I was around, and I tried to keep my distance as I know how that would look. And her dad didn't seem to trust me much. Her accusation quickly spread, and it flipped my world upside down. I was fired from my job, my extended family cut me off, and even my wife was skeptical about me. The only people who seemed to believe me were my immediate family, and even then, my brother didn't want me around his kids. A week after Casey's accusation, I was arrested and was kept in holding for over 2 weeks, during which I was treated like garbage, and Casey's father came to my house looking for me and basically broke everything inside. After I was released, I contacted a lawyer to fight the charges against me. A proper investigation was done, and 6 months after she accused me, I was deemed innocent, but the damage was already done. Everyone in our town shunned me. My friends cut me off, I lost my job and my reputation. I'm now in the process of pressing charges against Casey, her dad, and several other members of my wife's family that blasted me on social media for defamation, destruction of property, and more, and I'm even considering filing for divorce. My wife is telling me to reconsider, saying that Casey is just a kid and did a stupid mistake. And even my mom is telling me I shouldn't be vindictive and that I got my
What?
job back, so there's no damage done. But my dad has supported me fully in this, which is creating problems between him and my mom. Frankly, I don't care that she's a kid or what'll happen to their family if I press charges. She ruined my life, my reputation, my marriage, and possibly even my future. I'm barely holding it together, and I've broken down crying many times. And all the drama and my mom siding with her is destroying me even more. I know it's the right thing to press charges, but all these people, including my mom, telling me she's just a kid is making me doubt myself. Down in the comments, Ad Accomplished
Nah,
says
man.
exactly what I was thinking. She's
Hey,
a kid,
Azan.
so any consequence will either be wiped out when she turns 18 or borne by her parents. So pressing charges won't ruin her life, but it will certainly impact her. I have no problem with you holding that family accountable. It is going to destroy your marriage, but I'm pretty sure your marriage is already over. Not the
Yeah.
butthole. Do what you have to do, and then leave town. Tell your mom that if she can't support you in this, to let you know now, as you don't want anyone
Bald,
who you can't
excuse
count on
me.
in your life. Yeah, and I think the most useful advice in all that is to leave town. Because even if you're 100% innocent and your name is cleared, there's always going to be people who assume that you did it, so just move far away and start over, OP. Am I the butthole for refusing to co-sign my sister's mortgage after my parents went behind my back? I'm a 28-year-old woman, and I've been busting my butt for years to save for my own house. I work in software, so I make decent money, but it still takes forever to build up a good down payment. Meanwhile, my younger sister, who's 25, is in grad school with barely any credits. Our parents found a house near them and decided that my sister needs it. They made an offer without telling me, and now the deal only goes through if I co-sign. The problem? I had no clue they'd do this. My parents basically dropped a bomb. You have the best credit score. Co-sign so your sister can get the house. They
No.
also hinted I should chip in for the down payment because you've got the money. If I co-sign, I'll be on the hook if my sister can't pay. She's in school, has debt, and zero backup plan. The bank might also reject my future mortgage application since they'll see that I'm already tied to another plan. But my parents say that I'm selfish and forgetting family values. My sister's calling me a monster for leaving her stranded, and my
Uh-huh.
mom threatened to cut off any future financial help, like wedding money, if I don't help right now. Some relatives think it's
Bruh.
insane that my parents tried to rope me into this after they already made the offer. Others say I should just do it for family's sake. I feel guilty, but
family's
also
sake.
mad they put me in this spot. Okay, well, if they want someone to co-sign the mortgage, why don't they do it? Why don't your parents co-sign the mortgage? All those relatives who talk about family values, why don't they do it? I don't see how
Yeah.
this is your problem, OP. Also, OP posted an update where she basically said she decided not to co-sign the lease, and it looks like she's either going
Exactly.
low contact or no contact with her family, which I think is a good decision here. OP,
Yeah.
you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your toxic family 3 out of 5 buttholes. That was r/am I the Butthole, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, welcome to r/relationships, where OP's boyfriend is furious at her because she can't lactate on command. Our next Reddit post is from
What? Can't lactate on. What the fuck, dude? What is this story about to be? Bro, what?
Away, my life is a mess. My boyfriend is a bit of a loner, but it's never really been a problem before. We both love video games, and to him, I'm quite a catch because it's not often you find a pretty girl who likes games. Now, that statement can be taken a lot of different ways, but it looks like a compliment to me, so... Most of my boyfriend's life experiences come from the internet, which is fine, I guess, but he really doesn't have that balance. Since we started dating, I have been dragging him
no.
around with me and taking him to try new things. We've had a couple obstacles, periods of time where he spent literally no attention on me and just played video games.
Exactly. Like, dead ass. I don't care about my brother. I care about my nephews. But my brother could go rot in a fucking trench for all I care. Because he's a piece of shit, dude. Like, bona fide piece of shit. Like, no reason he should have 3 fucking kids. He can't even keep, like, a job. And when he does get a job, he loses it within, like, a week. And then he sits there and he yells at his kids and everything. And it doesn't matter how much you tell him that, dude, they're fucking toddlers. He is like, they're my kids. You don't tell me how to raise them. Whatever have you. I'm like, bro. His oldest is 3. They don't know better. They're learning about the world. You can't yell at a toddler because they don't fucking know better. Sure, it's infuriating, but they don't fucking know better. It's like training kittens. As much as Olive gets on my nerves, how frantic she is about dinner and breakfast, and I'm trying to get her to like calm down about it. There's not much I can do. She's still like a little kitten. She doesn't know better. You know, like she's not even 4 months old yet. So like, I don't know. Like family means but so much to me because of my brother. Like I love my family that I do care about, but my brother, I could do without him. I will never help him. I helped him once back when he got a house in one of the cities we used to live in. Because I was renting through that property owners. And so him and his girlfriend were trying to get a place. And my mom was like, can you help, like, give him, like, the down payment for it. And he'll pay you back. You know how he paid me back? He paid me back by them deciding to fly out to fucking New York or something. Or some other place. I don't know. To try and like live with her family for a bit. And my brother gets medical benefits because he's got like really bad like anger issues and bipolar and shit like that. So like they applied for it. He gets like $700 a month from the government for his disabilities. So when they flew out over there, he lost that. He lost all of that money because he just randomly decided to move states and didn't notify them. So he like lost all that money. But when they were trying to do that move initially, they asked me to come watch their animals in the house. They had a trash room. It was halfway full of trash. And his dad had given him a signed jersey that he had pinned into a frame himself like years ago, and he gave that to him. He had taken that jersey out of that frame and it was in that pile. Like there was so much roach shit and mold. Like his dad was really, really fucking upset that he lost that jersey that was signed because it had like 4 signatures on it. And even if we did retrieve it, we wouldn't be able to wash it without like risking losing like the signatures and shit. And it would just be littered with like roach poop all the time. And I felt so bad having to get rid of that. But there was no litter boxes for the cats, and they had 4 cats. They had a tiny dog, a little puppy, which they had 2 puppies, but the second one had fallen off of the stairs and her head. So she passed away. So they had the 1 puppy, and they didn't even tell me they had a fucking hamster. I found the hamster myself. So that hamster would have starved to death if I didn't find it. But they had the 4 cats, the dog, the hamster. I feel like they had something else, but that may have been it. I rehomed the dog. I rehomed the hamster. I rehomed two of the cats, and I paid to turn in the other two cats to the local shelter because they were filthy and covered in, like, feces, and they were skinny. They weren't having a good life there because there was no way for them to use the bathroom. I opened their fridge, and their fridge was covered in mold and food, and it was disgusting. And their room was covered with cigarettes and ashes and moldy food. And I had given them, I think, my old mattress when my dad had given me his old mattress, and they completely ruined that mattress. So I couldn't even get it back to try and make back some money because they were supposed to pay me for that mattress too, and they never did. So but it was filthy in there, and then that hamster was trapped in that room, and they smoke weed, so there was like the weed smell everywhere. And just, I reported that house to the people that he was renting from, and I felt like shit because I helped him get that place essentially. And the guy that came out there to clean the house said that it was the worst house he has ever had to clean. Like, it was that bad. It was, you couldn't save anything in there. It was bad, dude. And it took, my mom was like, I guess technically the power of attorney is the word for it. Like, she helps regulate the money he gets from the government, because if she doesn't, he's gonna waste it all on like weed and shit. And right now it goes to paying his rent because he lives with my parents, so that's all of his money goes straight to them. But with that, she like asked the permission, and she was like, hey, he has like an outstanding debt to his sister. And so that was the only reason I saw any of that money back from trying to help him get a place. So I will never do that again. Ever, 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 ever. That boy is getting no help from me, because that's how my things were repaid. So I don't help family or anybody really who doesn't deserve it, and he doesn't deserve it. I'd sooner take his kids in and raise them myself and watch him rot on the street. As heartless as that sounds, but I don't like him. That is my grievance story about my brother. I guess that kind of lines up with the r/stories we're listening to. That's my r/horror story of my brother. So he wasn't happy, came back and he lost his house, or that he was renting. But I think there was even holes in the walls. I don't know. It was nasty, dude. It was fucking nasty. I'm just glad that I got all the animals to like a safe place. Would accept your brother. Yeah, I know, right? Probably. Or I don't know, it might reject it. It might be like, ew, this one's nasty. Patooey. But that's only one of many stories about my brother. I could tell like so many horrible stories about my brother. Like, you know what? I'll just draw and talk. We'll listen to these stories again in a second. So there was, back when I worked in the bakery, I didn't have a car back then, so like my boss at the time was driving me home and giving me like a ride home and everything, so that I didn't have to walk home in the cold, because it was super fucking cold. And we pull up to the house, and there's cops. And there was cops outside, and we're like, she was like, "What's going on?" And I'm like, "I don't know." I'm like, "I wish I knew. I don't know what's going on." So we pull up to the house, and she drops me off, and I'm like, "What's going on here? Like, why are all these cops here?" And my brother and some of his friends had stolen a bunch of BB guns and BB pellets from Walmart back when Walmart was doing that like scan and go shit where like you took a little scanner with you and you went around the store with it, and people were abusing it and stealing like hundreds of thousands of dollars, dude. Like it was crazy. They had to get rid of it because they lost so much money trying it because people shopped in ill faith with it. So they stole like I think it was like 8 BB guns. Um, he's 4 years younger than me, so he's 23 now. He was a minor when this one happened. Um, but when they stole that, the cops were, getting all of the stuff out and everything, and my brother was, of course, very mad, very pissed off about it, and was making a big scene that, the BB guns that he had stolen were being taken from him. And my brother, when he gets mad, will start to break things. So my mom went inside, and she had bought him a guitar for Christmas one year. And so she went inside and took that out and handed it to my aunt so that my aunt could keep it safe. Well, that freaked him out because he thought that she was taking it for good. So he went after her and started like trying to get it from her. And so then our grandpa went to get him off of my aunt. And so then he turned on my grandpa and slammed him against the fence as he was like fighting him and everything. And I can't remember if the police, because I think the police had gone at that point. Yeah, the police had gone at that point. But he bruised his ribs, like our grandpa's ribs. So then he did go to juvie for a bit because it was deemed elder abuse for the fact that he, one, attacked him, but also bruised his ribs. So he was in a form of jail for a little bit for that. But he didn't like care. When I went with my mom to go visit my brother for a little bit while he was there, the only thing he did was ask mom to get him out. He was like, "So when are you gonna get me out? Like, you just gonna leave me in here? Like, come on, you gonna get me out? Like, bro, are you like just not gonna?" The only reason he is allowed to stay in that house is because of his kids. Because my dad isn't his dad, that's my dad. My brother's my stepbrother. Or, well, half brother. Because we share the same mom. If those kids did not exist, my brother would never see like my mom again outside of maybe holidays, because my dad fucking hates him so much, dude. Hates him so much. Like, the amount of physical fights that have happened since my dad has been introduced to my brother makes me so mad, because I never wanted my dad to have to deal with my brother like I did growing up. But he loves my mom Like, he got back to her and they've been together for like 8 years again. You know, like they spent like, 16 years apart being like, oh, we don't like each other or whatever. And now they're together again. Um, so he puts up with it for the kids and for my mom. But my brother pisses off my dad so much, dude. There was another time, actually, back when I was still into Overwatch, before the whole Overwatch 2 shit happened, and my brother and my mom were having an argument, and it started getting physical, and I didn't know exactly what was going on, but he was like trying to force our mom, like, I guess, out of his room, because I think she was trying to get him to clean his room, and he just refused to clean his room. And whenever you tell him to like do shit like that, he turns it into an argument. Yeah, it's just that it's for the kids specifically, in the sense that they threaten to take the kids with them, and my dad and mom would never see them again, essentially. And unless they get like, parental rights to take the kids, they don't want to risk that, because they don't trust that my brother would keep the kids safe, essentially. So they put up with him specifically for the safety of the kids, because back where we used to live, like, they actually did, my first nephew, they raised him for a year because my brother lived with his drug dealer. Like, he lived with his weed dealer. So, like, he literally, like, he could not have the kids. So this is, like, it is a sad scenario of, this is, like, the one way to make sure those kids, are okay, sadly. This isn't, like a shitty abusive relationship, like, where they stay married together. This is, they're trying to keep those kids from a worse life, essentially. Especially because they threaten to try to take the kids away. And they're very scared of what could happen to those kids. But yeah, no, during the Overwatch thing, he was like having an argument with my mom over cleaning his room, and it started getting like physical and shit. And I opened, I had my door open because I don't like having doors closed because of growing up in a household with fighting like that with my brother and shit. So I would always keep it open. But I was like on the computer playing Overwatch with my friends, and I'm like one headphone on, one headphone off, listening to it. And then all of a sudden, like, he's coming out of the door, and the dogs are freaking out because we had dogs at the time. And it looked like he was going after one of the dogs. So I got up like mid game and started trying to get the dog away from him and get him off of the dog. And so he freaked out about that and put me in a chokehold. And so my dad had to come in and pull him off of me and pin him to the ground. And I think we called the cops at that point because it was getting so physical. And then I locked me and the dogs in my room because it looked like he was attacking the dog, because the dog was barking at him for being aggressive with our mom. So I think that makes it a little more understanding why they don't want these kids to live with him alone. He is a very high abuse risk. And actually, funny enough, castration with a rusty spoon. The third kid she had weed in her system, and weed's not legal in Texas. Like, she didn't have THC, I think is what it is, which is like the legal small amount of weed. Like, weed itself as like the bigger substance is still illegal in Texas. So, um she got CPS got called because of that. And she got told that the next time CPS gets called, and especially if it's related to drugs, they're losing their kids. Like, it is that serious. Because this is she's had CPS called on her for every child. So if she gets CPS called on them a fourth time, they're no bueno. So they are literally one step away from losing their kids because they're pieces of shit. His girlfriend's like, okay, I guess. I still don't like her. But I put up with her. But yeah. Hi, welcome to Faye's TED Talk about how shitty her brother is. It's kind of turned into a vent stream, I guess, in a way. That's what happens when you listen to r/stories. You just kind of talk about shitty shit. Because I relate to a lot of these like stories about shitty family because of my shitty family. So but yeah. Hi. I have trauma with yelling. If there is too much yelling in a house, I will start to have panic attacks because of my brother. Anyways, back to Reddit stories. Oh man, we love trauma dumping. Top trauma dumping. Oh, there's a lot of stories. Uh, I've just like those are like the main big ones, honestly. Like, I've gotten into like physical altercations with my brother, especially when we were younger, where we like actually like drew blood on each other. Um, he had a stint for a few years where he just consistently called me a bitch, so I slapped him. Oh, the trauma. I so my trauma is like a mixture from my brother, my stepdad, and my abusive ex. Uh, and it took me a long time to grow out of a lot of it. I don't get panic attacks like I used to. Um, but if there is enough yelling and anger, I will get like that panic response. But since I don't live with him and live in situation like places that put me in that type of situation anymore, um I don't really have to worry about that essentially. um Like, my ex was so bad. Like, it took me a few years of justifying the way he treated me for it to finally hit me that it wasn't okay, and I had like a breakdown in the shower, dude. Like, now I just bitch about him and get mad. My coffee's watering down. But yeah, thankfully I came out of a lot of this trauma with just minor panic attacks on the occasion. I guess technically another form of trauma is worrying how everybody views me. I know, right? Why is it the shower? Like, I have a very hard time registering depression. My brain can't comprehend depression until it's hit like a high point, and then I'll have like a breakdown. So, like, my brain immediately forgot that train of thought. That's probably another trauma response. Dude, my memory gets so bad. Oh, fuck. Where was I going with that? I don't know. But yeah, I generally, like, can't tell depression. So, um, I guess in a way I'm trying to make a point that, like, I can't even tell trauma responses or something. I don't know. My brain short circuited and completely forgot that train of thought. Yeah. See, you get it. Dude, it sucks. Cause like I'll be feeling bad. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I was like, I'll get really into my brain that I'm just annoying people and that nobody wants to hear from me because I'm just annoying them with everything that I do and say and talk. And like, I will genuinely just feel like a burden to other people. And I guess that's like my depressive trauma response. And usually that'll come to like a really hard head. And so I've started learning that when I get into that mindset specifically, annoying, where I think that I'm just annoying everybody by existing, I know that that's like my depression, and I try to like get out of it. Because I normally don't get depressed, and when I do, I can't register it. But I'm like trying to learn the signs, and I know that's one of the signs is that I start to think like that. Isn't the brain stinky? I'm not stinky. The brain is stinky. So, you know what? Since my coffee has watered down in here, I'm going to pour my coffee from this morning into my iced coffee. It mix it around a little bit. Oh, yeah. More coffee. Okay. Let's get back to Reddit stories. And enough Tama jumping. Stinky brain, stinky brain.
And I had to convince him that smelling nice isn't just a capitalist scheme, lol. So I'm a 19-year-old girl, and I was ready to lose my virginity to this guy. I really love him, and
What?
overall, he's an amazing guy.
Okay, hold on. We need to like restart this whole story.
Opie's
What?
boyfriend is furious at her because she can't lactate on command. Our next Reddit post is from Throwaway My Life is a Mess. My boyfriend is a bit of a loner, but it's never really been a problem before. We both love video games, and to him, I'm quite a catch because it's not often you find a pretty girl who likes games. Now, that statement can be taken a lot of different ways, but it looks like a compliment to me, so Most of my boyfriend's life experiences come from the internet, which is fine, I guess, but he really doesn't have that balance. Since we started dating, I have been dragging him around with me and taking him to try new things. We've had a couple obstacles, periods of time where he spent literally no attention on me and just played video games. And I had to convince him that smelling nice isn't just a capitalist scheme, lol. So I'm a 19-year-old girl, and I was ready to lose my virginity to this guy. I really love him, and overall he's an amazing guy. He was also a virgin, so we were comfortable to just mess around. The day after we did it, he's all standoffish and pissed at me. I ask why, and he asks me if I was just pretending to be into it last night. I say
What?
no. I said, I was wet, you saw that, and I love you. And then, God, I'm so pissed about this. He says, you're lying. If you were actually horny, then milk would come out of your boobs. I just can't express how infuriating, awful, and angry that made me. Seriously? Like, he's never really been a part of reality, but for F's sake, I'm in stunned silence, and he's like, guess it's true you have nothing to say. I thought you weren't like other women, but you're all the same. I thought you loved me, blah, blah, effing blah. Like, I don't know. I love this man.
What?
But he's also this bumbling idiot who I have to deal with, and it's just awful. Evidently, he's only experienced intercourse from adult videos. And he never thought that this was out of the ordinary because he's never talked to girls and he only has brothers. Additionally, people that he used to roleplay with online would say this happened, so he took it as fact. I tried so hard to explain this to him, but it was like talking to a brick wall. He claimed that I was gaslighting him, that I'm an abusive girlfriend, that I'm gonna cheat on him, and he was so upset. He truly believed that I'm this evil B-word. We haven't talked. We've both been crying. His friends are all yes men. I think his friends may have convinced him that this was a fact because they're angry that he wasn't chatting with them as much. They don't like me, so it's not hard to believe. I was this bigoted outsider in their eyes who was flexing on them by going for walks and joining clubs, I guess. He always seemed to brush off their remarks though. I'm stuck. This is just so stupid, so ridiculous. I don't want my first relationship to end because my boyfriend was surprised that I'm not one of his hentai girls. I love every part of him besides his obliviousness, and seeing him look me in the eye like I've stabbed him, say that I'm a dirty cheater because of his stupid addiction just hurts. I'm pissed and upset and angry, and I hate that I hate this right now. It's just such a stupid idea. Like, why would I
Bro.
lactate during intercourse?
If
I
you
want my
girls don't
boyfriend that I
lactate
love
for
back.
you.
And dumping him because liquid didn't dribble out of my boobs is just embarrassing. Also, OP posted an update that apparently she went over to a girlfriend's place afterwards because she was really upset, and she and her girlfriend hooked up. So, looks like she's moved on to greener pastures, so to speak.
Yeah.
Our next Reddit post is
get
from
it,
Nana Day.
girl.
I'm a 33-year-old woman and my boyfriend is 37, and we've been together for about a year. He works in my city, but spends weekends at his apartment in another city and occasionally works from home, so we don't fully live together. Recently, he shaved his head at my place and clogged my sink. He cleaned up most of it, but didn't remove everything, so I had to use a strong dissolver to fix it. Later, I brought it up calmly and suggested using a sink blocker next time. He became defensive, claiming that my brother, who's been staying with me for the past 5 weeks and who was about to leave, was partly to blame because he saw a strand of my brother's hair in the bathroom. I
Right.
told him that one strand of hair from my brother can't compare to him shaving his head and not fully cleaning up. Suddenly, my boyfriend flipped. He accused me of always taking my family's side, pushed my head, and told me to leave the bathroom. When I refused, he spat in my face. I was so shocked that I spat back, and then he called me a B-word. He angrily pushed me again, demanding that I leave the bathroom. But I told him it's my apartment, and I'll stay wherever I want, so we left. Shortly after, he texted to apologize, saying that it was a mistake. This isn't the first time that he called me a B-word, even though I've told him that it's not okay. I usually avoid confrontation, but we've been arguing a lot lately. I even suggested therapy to help with our communication skills, but he's not open to it. I'm honestly struggling to understand how things escalated so quickly and why his reaction was so extreme because we weren't even shouting at each other. Yeah, OP, this relationship is over. Obviously, the spitting is really bad on its own. That's a really strange reaction. But to me, the most dangerous thing about this post is how quickly he escalated. You were
Yeah.
calm, you weren't really even criticizing him, you were just giving a suggestion, and he immediately escalates to something so derogatory and violent. It's like, huh? So if his impulse control is this bad, what's stopping him from just slapping you next time or stabbing you next time, you know? Our next Reddit
Yeah.
post is from Throwaway Natted. My 24-year-old girlfriend thinks that she's an Instagram influencer, and it's driving me crazy. When I met my girlfriend
This
3
is
years
the
ago,
love.
I knew very quickly that she was addicted to Instagram. She was posting maybe 3 to 6 times every single day, and barely an hour of her day wasn't in her story. This didn't really bother me at first. I actually found it kinda hot, mainly because all the pictures of food and buildings and clothes became pictures of me. I felt,
Aw.
I guess, a little like a celebrity. She had 6,000 followers back then, I think. Other than that, it's been a great and fulfilling relationship. But this addiction has been like a tree root splitting us apart. Every day is punctuated by Insta time, where I'm not supposed to distract her. She gets up at bizarre times to post and maximize engagement, which throws off her, and by extension, my sleeping habits. She takes 2 hours to get ready for a 20-minute shopping trip, which is then stretched into over an hour for Instagram content. It's ridiculous. We've squabbled about it before, obviously, and she brings up things about me that irritate her. For the sake of balance, I'm extremely messy and, frankly, just plain lazy. I'm trying to work on it. But recently, she stunned me during an argument. It was just routine stuff. I asked, well, snapped at her, to put her phone down and pay me some attention. And she gave me a horrible stare and said, "This is my career. If you don't like it, get out." So the thing is, it's absolutely not her career. She desperately wants it to be, but so do probably millions of others. She's been unemployed and claiming benefits for 2 years. But I didn't
Jesus.
realize that all that time that she was ignoring me for Instagram, she was actually trying to make money from it. I know she made about 20 euros about 6 weeks ago for advertising some makeup startup, but that was basically for a friend of a friend. Essentially, this is draining me to death, and it's gone from being flattering to intrusive. Before you say it, yes, I'm probably gonna break up with her. But the thing is, she's got a really good heart, and I genuinely want to help her, even if the relationship doesn't survive. Is there anything I can do to convince her to put the phone down and be a good, attentive girlfriend and actually get a job that helps pay our bills? I would personally say my number one piece of advice to someone who wants to be an influencer is don't quit your day job. I did the math on that in case you're curious, and $20 over the course of 6 weeks comes out to about 8 cents per hour, assuming she's working 40 hours a week. So here's the deal. Me and my girlfriend have been together for a little under 3 years and have been living together for a few months. I'm a 25-year-old guy and she's a 22-year-old girl. My girlfriend takes college classes and works part-time. I finished college 2 years ago.
Yeah, like, I ideally would like to eventually somehow change to, like, streaming as a job. But, 3 years in and I'm only at 300 followers, like, I'm not about to throw away my job for that. Like, as nice of a job as it sounds, you have to think, like, realistically about this kind of stuff. Like, I know realistically, there's a chance that I will never go anywhere further than this. And you know what? That's fine. Like, I like doing the occasional streaming. And if that's just what it ends up being, is just something casual for the next few years, you know what? I'll take it. Because this is fun. And also, like, I like getting to make art on stream and people get to watch it. I appreciate you, Gray. And hey, at least I've got you. I can always count on you to show up.
quickly got hired by the company that I did my internship at, and within a year, I got a promotion and a large pay raise. And I'm now making roughly $150,000 a year, while she makes $20K a year. Now, she moved in with me a few months ago into the place that I bought, so I
Count
pay
on
nearly
three
all the
first
costs:
mistake.
mortgage, electricity, water, etc. The only things that she pays herself are non-essential.
It's okay. That when I stream and you're not here, I'm like, oh, Gray's not here. I'm missing my guy, my main home slice. It's nice having someone that's like there. I appreciate you, Gray.
Essentials like Spotify, phone bill, Netflix, and so forth. Recently, we got into a huge fight where she demanded that we pool our money together and spend what's left after essential costs together. Whereas currently, I pay basically every essential and my own stuff, and I use a bit to enjoy myself and put the rest into my savings. She seems to be jealous that I get to spend a lot more, which is not really true since after monthly costs, I put the majority into my savings account. In my eyes, she already gets an easy ride, and honestly, she's just awful with the money that she does have. She spends it on garbage like stupidly expensive clothes and then complains that she's broke at the end of the month. So what do? I hate to put money in the way of our relationship, but if I'm honest, I'm questioning my relationship as there's no way that I'm going to let her essentially spend my salary on stupid stuff. To me, the real problem with this girlfriend isn't that she wants to pool your money, because if you guys get married, then that's effectively what's going to happen anyways the second you do get married. The real issue here is that she wants to pool the money so that she can immediately spend it, which either means she's about to dump you and she wants a payday before she leaves, or she just doesn't know how to manage her money and she will leech your income until the day you die. Either way, red flag, my dude. Our next Reddit post is from Feeling Care. I'm a 23-year-old woman and my boyfriend is 28. He got me a huge surprise gift that I think ruined my Christmas. We've been together for 3 years, but this has been the first time that we're financially stable enough to actually get a Christmas tree, a good haul of gifts, and decorate our apartment. This was always my favorite time of year as a kid. I grew up in kind of an abusive family where I was forced to be an adult at a young age to take care of my siblings while my parents constantly worked and broke up and threw each other out. But everything just seemed happy around the holidays. Me and my boyfriend both live across the country from our families and see them a few times a year for a week or so at a time. We budgeted enough to splurge a little this year, and we both started good jobs at the start of the year that gave us both bonuses. Together, we spent $1,500 on clothes, shoes, cologne and perfume, things for our apartment like a rice cooker, new bedding, some items for our dog, etc. I told my boyfriend several times that I was so excited for our first real Christmas together. Emphasis on our Christmas. Then I told him over and over again how extremely romantic and intimate I thought that it was going to be. In my head, I figured we would simply have a low-key Christmas. Stay in, cook a big meal, mess around in bed for most of the day, and play video games or something. I don't know what came over him last night, but he decided to tell me my Christmas gift early. He spent a large portion of my gift budget on a plane ticket for my kid's sister, orchestrated and planned with my parents to send her to our apartment to spend Christmas with us. And she got my sister some gifts to open on Christmas morning so she wouldn't feel left out. He has a whole week planned for him, me, and my sister. It's all of our date ideas, but he included her. We'll go see Christmas movies and Christmas lights with my sister. He did get me a couple of things off my list, but they were none of the things that I actually needed. So my gift is that my sister is getting a vacation to my apartment. When he explained this to me, I just started crying. I feel so insanely frustrated. I love my sister and we're very close, but it's because I'm more like a parent to her. When I moved away and met my boyfriend, I had some independence from this. But now, something I was really looking forward to has been turned into a babysitting experience where I'm in charge of giving my sister a child's Christmas experience. I'm upset that my boyfriend doesn't know me well enough to know that this was actually one of the worst things that he could do for me. He knows I hate surprises and grand gestures. I told him this really ruined my Christmas, and it's something that can't be undone without upsetting my sister, whom I feel responsible for. My boyfriend is telling me that I'm being ungrateful and that he tried his best to be thoughtful, but I can't shake this feeling that this was the last thing from thoughtful. So, you
Yikes.
literally flew to the other side of the country to get away from your parents' abuse, and then your boyfriend is like, hey, since I know that you were abused so much, I thought I would give you some extra abuse for Christmas. You know, like old times. Our next Reddit post is from Minimum Elk. So, in the morning, I woke up to some quality time, wink wink, with my fiance before we start our day. I'm a 26-year-old guy, and she's a 25-year-old woman. After we finished up, we laid down cuddling, and one thing led to another, and she was telling me something along the lines of, if you ever left me, I would make sure the other woman would have to work really hard to keep you, which she kind of implied to mean that she would break off my dick, which was unusual and funny, but I guess also a little crazy. So I don't know how the conversation turned to this, but she said, I have a confession to make. And I'm like, okay, with a big smile on my face. That's when she said that after we had a fight, I quote, it was to the point that I was so frustrated that when I went to make you dinner, I snuck something into your tea that makes you sleep, and I was watching you fight that sleep. Your eyes were so red, and when you did actually go to sleep, I sat down and watched you as I contemplated what to do about us, and had so many thoughts were going through my mind while I watched you sleep for like a few hours, and I eventually got tired and just went to bed. End quote. The fear in my eyes were real as I just
Girl,
listened to my
what?
fiance admitting to being an effing psychopath and drugging me while she contemplated what to do with me. I know for a fact that I do not trust this woman anymore, and now I'm even more scared to sleep with her or to eat any of her food, all because we had an argument over her doing something wrong. We haven't spoken for an entire day since, even though she's made several attempts to talk. I'm afraid to even go to my friends, knowing they'll just laugh and say, it's probably nothing, bro, and tell me to relax. Yeah, I wouldn't call this nothing. This is giving horror movie vibes.
Jesus.
OP, you're lucky you didn't wake up chained in a basement.
Yeah.
That was r/relationships. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single
The
day.
fuck? I made you sleep so I could watch you sleep. What the fuck do you mean? I'm dead ass, dude.
Welcome to r/nuclear revenge, where OP creates the world's stinkiest stink bomb. Our next Reddit post is from Galera. Many years ago, while recovering from a brutal marriage, I was a struggling single parent putting myself through grad school on a small teaching associate stipend. I was able to rent a modest apartment within walking distance of the urban campus. It was part of a series of small 100-year-old brick townhouses, which I imagine were very nice in their day. Over the years, as old buildings do, it had settled, and the doors and windows were askew enough to be drafty. In the snowy winter, we applied plenty of shrink wrap window cling. In the summer, the brick building was like an oven, with no central AC, and ventilation was necessary to stave off heat stroke. Despite these hardships, we were safe and we were content. After a couple of years, though, this changed when a new dude moved into a nearby apartment. Because out of the scores of parking spaces behind the apartment block, he was assigned the parking space right behind mine. This guy was apparently an avid fan of the Fast and the Furious franchise, having made various mods to his car and the vanity plate reading Drifter. He spent all of his free time working on this stupid car. But the idiot had clearly neglected the car's actual engine and exhaust system, because in order to drive this thing, he had to warm it up for 10 to 15 minutes before driving off.
Jeez.
Every single time. And it wasn't regular car exhaust. It was billowing and extra rich and smelled like the gasoline wasn't fully burning off. As I mentioned in the beginning, the apartment was old and drafty. So every time he decided to drive his car, sometimes several times a day, he would first let it billow clouds of noxious exhaust fumes into nearby apartments, and right into my 4-year-old's bedroom. I tried everything to keep the fumes out, but to no avail. My child and I both felt ill every time. This was hurting my kid. I couldn't afford to move, and I was out of ideas. Seeing that he was outside working on his car again, but without giving too many details about myself, I approached the guy and explained that the fumes were filling my apartment and making me ill. And I politely asked if he would mind warming up his car farther away from the surrounding apartments. He sneered at me and said, "Well, I'm sorry, but not all of us are lucky enough to have mommy and daddy pay for their car and put them through college. I'm sorry that my car isn't up to your standards, but I'm not moving it." Shocked, I walked off in a different direction than my apartment, so he wouldn't know exactly where I lived. By the time I got home, I was angry, fuming. I knew some sort of formal complaint would likely go nowhere. Besides, it would be truly stupid for me to be the only person to file a complaint right before whatever I was going to do next. I took some time to monitor his comings and goings and plan some proper consequences to fix the problem myself. The goal, to end the daily poisoning of my apartment and danger to my child, permanently. Budget, shoestring, of course, because I didn't have mommy and daddy to pay for my revenge budget. Skill level, low. The problem was the engine, and I had very little knowledge about how to quickly, quietly, and permanently disable an engine. I didn't know how to jimmy a lock or open a locked gas cap, so I wouldn't be able to get access to the engine or gas tank. And no, I was not about to Google instructions. Time available, minutes at most. The parking lot was a very busy place. Students came and went at all hours of the day and night, and sometimes just hung out there to party or set nearby dumpsters on fire. As much as I wanted to, I couldn't just douse the car in gasoline or set it on fire because it was parked way too close to my apartment. Cosmetic damage wouldn't work. Slashing tires or breaking windows, while satisfying, could be too loud and not permanent. And then on reconnaissance day 2, I noticed it. His car was old enough to have little triangle windows for venting in the back windows, and he kept them open at night. So I could fight fumes with fumes. The next day, I bought a cheap Gatorade squeeze bottle and some eggs. I made a yellow soup out of egg yolk and warm water to fill up the bottle about 2/3 full. Then I added some fresh dog poo that was always available next to the sidewalk outside. I screwed the cap onto the bottle and then left it in the sun outside for several days, swirling it around from time to time. I waited for the early hours of a Tuesday morning when the parking lot was the least busy and snuck up to the car. The triangle windows were open. I popped the cap open, aimed it into the car, and sprayed days-old, sun-baked, rotten egg and dog poop soup over every available surface on the inside of his car. Down the window wells, into the air conditioner vents, and soaking into crevices and upholstery. I tossed the Gatorade bottle of horror into the dumpster, then went back inside and went to sleep. The next day was a warm one. It was one of the great joys of my life to have been home that afternoon at just the right time to be startled by a man's screaming voice. "What the F? What the F? What the F?" I ran upstairs to the window that he regularly fumigated and, through the blinds, watched the scene unfold. The dude had opened the driver's side door and repeatedly moved his head closer to sniff and then gag, like he refused to believe the smell was coming from his car. He opened the other door to investigate. He kept yelling, "What the F?" and then ran off. He came back a few minutes later wearing dishwashing gloves and carrying a stucco bucket full of sudsy water, a sponge, and a scrub brush. He spent the next half hour scream growling, holding his breath, bobbing his head into the car and scrubbing, then pulling his head out to gag and scream, "What the F?" and taking deep breaths to go back in. The scrubbing and retching and screaming were increasingly interspersed with pounding on the dashboard and the roof, kicking the rims, and loudly vowing revenge at the sky. Within about 30 minutes, he was surrounded by about 10 other dudes standing in a wide half circle around the car, some drinking beers, watching the show, laughing, and offering pointers, like King of the Hill come to life. It took him roughly an hour to realize the battle had been lost. The dudes yelling had become hoarse and whimpery. He retrieved his toolbox, removed a wrench, and started doing something new to the interior. He suddenly pulled out the entire driver's seat, walked away with it, and angrily heaved it into the dumpster. He did the same with the passenger seat. Then he took the bucket over and dumped the soapy poo water next to the dumpster, brought the bucket back to the car, turned it upside down, placed it where the driver's seat used to be, sat on it, and, I kid you not, drove off that way. I never saw the car again. He never drove it back. That, and his pride, must have been a total loss. My greatest regret is that because smartphones didn't exist, I have no recording of that glorious day. Down in the comments, there are a couple of gearheads pointing out that if he had to warm up his engine and it was super fumy, then it probably wasn't a neglected engine, it was probably an enhanced engine, which, because of its enhancements, needed to be warmed up. Expensive enhancements, by the way. Our next Reddit post is from Lost Cause.
Damn.
So, Rebecca and I were what you call college sweethearts. We survived college and the hardships of life. Got married in our early 20s. I was 25, she was 23. Ever since we got married, things were rocky. Not from the start, but situation-wise. I was in medical while she was an accounting major. There were things that were okay with me, but not okay with her. Despite being married, she acted like she was a free bird. In 2016, my wife joined James's company as an accountant because it pays well. I was happy because, hey, James is an old college buddy of mine. Slowly, she started to complain about things. She didn't like where we lived, she had problems with everything I did, she didn't like the foods we ate, and our fights intensified until she started calling me names, that I'm good for nothing, that she earned more than me. The drastic turn here is that Rebecca and James were hanging out with our set of mutual friends. I heard about this, and it seemed off. I confronted both of them about this, and they said that it was no big deal. Coincidentally, they met up the same day that I was out of the city. 2017 was the year that my marriage blew up. I was sure there was something going on because my bedroom had become a dead one. I was increasingly paranoid, and whenever I tried to address things, I was turned down. Now, I'm not a saint. I constantly yelled at her to tell me what was going on because there was just something off. Your favorite person rarely talks to you or does stuff with you and they claim it's nothing? Does that sound okay? It was also the year that we were at our peak financially because our debts were paid off. Meanwhile, as a side venture, my friends and I decided to open up a medical shop. One of these friends was a guy named Saladin. He proposed that we celebrate at a pub. When we go there, I notice a girl that looks exactly like Rebecca. She was dancing with another man, and it was quite dark. I get a closer look, and lo and behold, it's Rebecca and James dancing hand in hand. I wasn't too much bothered about it because, hey, they're friends. I was here with my colleagues, and she was there with hers. But still, it bothered me. I decided to send her a text asking her where she was. She told me she was already at home. That was a red flag. I told her to stop lying because she wasn't home. I could clearly see that she was getting paranoid, and she told me that she was on her way. She left the pub afterwards. That night, I asked her about James. The look she gave me was if she saw a ghost because she wasn't expecting that question. The look told me something was definitely up. That night, I snooped her phone. Curiosity was killing me. However, the password was changed so I couldn't see into her phone. The next day, I saw her put in her password and I snooped. There were hundreds and thousands of text messages right there. Countless nudes, her calling him daddy, and degrading me. My wife and I made a vow to each other that if there was anything we needed to explore, we would be transparent to each other. She broke that vow too. She confided in him about how much of a thrill she felt that night at the pub. I read everything. What hurt the most was she herself told me that if one of us ever got bored or the other needed to spice things up, we would let each other know. She destroyed everything. I couldn't look at her the way I used to anymore. I cried that night and confronted her stupidly without any evidence the next morning. She yelled at me and stormed out after telling me I was abusive and insane. She told all our friends that I was abusive. That afternoon, they created a messenger group where everyone ganged up to troll me. When she came home that night, she told me that she was in love with James and she wants a divorce. I told her that we should talk about it first, but it turned into her berating me. I yelled at her, and then she called the cops. I was asked to spend the night elsewhere. I went to my sister's, and when I returned the next morning, James's car was there. He spent the night here. There was nothing needed to explain.
Bro.
He was doing it on purpose. Hell, she was doing it on purpose. I went to see a lawyer. Since we didn't have a prenup, she already filed a complaint about me being abusive, and it did not look good for me. Not once did she try to make amends. Our country law doesn't count infidelity as a fault. So even with that, she's entitled to half of my everything. Also, because of her complaint, she can sue me. A few days after that, when I
What?
was still living with my sister, Rebecca hit me up telling me we should get divorced. That's it. A 12-year relationship and 4 years of marriage that she ends with a text. I was convinced that James was taking my place. She handed me the divorce papers. Everyone from our friend circle was convinced that I was an abuser and James was her savior. That she did the right thing to cheat on me. We were officially divorced during the start of 2018. She was already dating James openly during our divorce. He was her life after I lost my job, my house, my reputation to her little affair. I had to change my cities to move someplace else to restart again. Saladin helped me massively with that fresh start. He got me a decent paying job that was nowhere like my previous one, but it was better than the rest. We became close buddies while I was working to earn back what I had. Dating was over for me. I just couldn't trust anyone. I had completely cut off Rebecca. Last I heard, she moved in with James, and they were doing great. Now for the revenge. At the end of 2020, my life was actually blowing up. COVID was super busy, but it filled our pockets. Our pharmacy venture turned huge, so I was able to make so much money. I met a friend of mine who told me that James and Rebecca were done. James cheated on her and left her, and Rebecca had a child with James. He had been absent since birth, so he didn't sign the birth certificate, so Rebecca was raising that child as a single parent. She tried dating, but she wasn't over me or James. Part of me was happy with it, but gosh, I really missed her. I sent her an email asking how she was doing. She wasn't expecting to hear from me. We exchanged emails and reconnected. Our first meet was in 2021, several years after the divorce. She looked awful. She gained weight, lost the charm, and looked utterly exhausted all the time. Frankly, just looking at her made my blood boil, and it triggered me. And I also wanted to take my revenge on her. Life had already done that part for me, but hey, I'm a butthole. I wasn't done with her. She told me about James and reopened the earlier wounds. I got my closure, which made me feel a bit better, I guess. She said that she was sorry, that she wasn't thinking straight with what she was doing, that James poisoned her against me. I told her that I'd forgive her if she came clean to everyone and cleared my name. She did that, losing a lot of friends, but she deserved that. My name was clean. She wanted us to date again, as in to raise James's child. And I told her I'd agreed to it, but we needed to date and marry first. Only then would I legally adopt her child. That little guy is adorable, and I had taken a liking to him. Here's the truth. I was already seeing someone else. It's pretty safe to say that I was cheating on that other woman with Rebecca. She was a client of mine from a different country, and we were in a long-distance relationship. Rebecca and I were living in different cities, so I never moved in with her. But I played it well, saying I needed to travel for business. So I was only getting Rebecca's hopes up to crush her like she crushed me. We were intimate, but we used condoms. Rebecca felt that she found love again. I pushed her into therapy to get her to be normal again. Everyone was commenting how she was getting more happier with me. She would praise me and apologize for things. Do little things for me that she used to do when she was married to me. Trust me when I say that I had a lot of emotions attached to this woman. I thought that my revenge would be final if I could break her heart. She might be traumatized for life, but she didn't think of my heart, so why should I think of hers? Her birthday was coming up the last year in October. For her birthday gift, I took her ring shopping. She picked out her favorite ring, which I got wrapped. She was elated. That night, she came up to me crying, saying that she was sorry for hurting me. She looked genuinely remorseful, but I had no feelings for her except for indifference. On Rebecca's birthday, I drove her to our favorite spot back when we were married. It's a nature place. Lisa, Saladin's cousin who was in on the plan, was already waiting there. I introduced Lisa to Rebecca that Lisa is my girlfriend. Rebecca went white and asked me what that means. What is she supposed to be then? I introduced Rebecca to Lisa as my ex-wife and friends with benefits. Then and there, I proposed to Lisa with the ring that I bought with Rebecca. Rebecca went mad and started yelling, to which I replied, how the F can she expect us to work when she nuked our relationship? I'm never dating a dirtbag like her again. She asked me again and again if we meant nothing, and I told her, nope. Sleeping with her was compensation for the pain. I got her to clear out the pain that she put me through. Lisa told me to hold back because she saw that Rebecca was hurting. I told Rebecca that she needs to leave. She told everyone that I cheated and that I was a butthole. This time, I took it as pride. Everyone saw the dirtbag that she was. She cheated on me and made me pay a high price for falsified abuse. Now she wants me to raise her kid and date her? The last we connected was in December of last year. She wrote me a letter that she's sorry because she can't imagine putting me through the pain that she already went through. She hoped that I live a better life. Last I heard, she's now completely uninterested in dating. She looks awful. As for me, Lisa and I stopped dating. There were differences between us. In the comments, everyone is trashing on OP, and yeah, he does deserve it, but keep in mind this is r/nuclear revenge, and the whole point of this subreddit is when the person giving the revenge is just as bad, sometimes even worse than the person they're getting revenge against. That was r/nuclear revenge, and if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes.
fucking
Also, hit that subscribe
bonkers,
button because I
dude.
put out new Reddit videos every single day.
Holy shit. Oh my god.
When my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer, she opted
All
for
right.
no treatment. She had watched her husband go through chemo, radiation, and surgery.
Olive. She's so little. I'm putting a lot more effort into this than I initially thought I was going to. I'm kind of popping off a little bit. Yeah. My head is killing me. I don't know why my head hurts so bad today, but it does. It's making me eepy. I like startled myself awake in a panic this morning. So that's probably why. Because my brain was like, fuck, I'm going to be late for work if I don't get up right now. But I'm off today. So I'm fine. But like, I think that attributed to my headache for the day. Like, my heart was pounding, dude. I woke up so suddenly. Hello. Thank you for the follow, Alexander Furious. Welcome in, welcome in. How are you today? Hi, hi. Oh. We reached our 300 follower goal. Hell yeah. Yippee. Our first goal of the year is complete. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Just chilling as well, vibing and drawing. We've been listening to Reddit stories. I'm waiting for Gray to get back right now, and then we'll continue on with listening to them. But yes, welcome in. Thank you for helping me hit my 300 follower goal today. A prize, one pizza. Oh, let me see. Can I draw up a pizza real quick? Hold on, that crust is dork. Pizza! Stinky! I'm not stinky! You're stinky, Gray. This is Ezra. It's a commission for Ezra. Ezra does everything. Yeah. Welcome back, Gray. We hit 300 followers. Yippee! I drew a pizza as a yippee. Woohoo! Woo! First goal of the year done. Yippee! Wow. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, now that Gray's back, and we drew our celebratory pizza. Shall we listen to Reddit stories again? Yeah. What should our next goal be? 500. I've been stuck on trying to get 300 for so long. That was like my only goal. that I had 1 million. Shooting for the stars. 5K, obviously. Uh-huh. Dethrone Iron Mouse. I don't think I'm gonna do that anytime soon. Iron Mouse stays on top. Make out with Matsura then? Great. That's my Oshi. Leave me alone. That's my Oshi. I love Matsura. We stand big cockroach wife in this household. Nah, I wouldn't without permission. Yeah, I don't get to watch her streams often, but I love her. She's so cool. And her design is so fucking cool too. Fucking pink cockroach dude. I love her. She's so cool. Yeah. Yeah. She's got such a nice voice. Ew, that is not a good color. Oh, I gotta do a shadow. Not a shadow, a light. Gray, what the fuck? No. We're not getting cockroach milk. Ah, thank you. And I do take commissions. This one is actually a commission. But right now, my commissions are currently on hold. I'm trying to clear out my current queue, which after this piece, I have 3 chibis left. And then I need to finish the colors on a model. And then I have to make a little animal model. And then after that, I'm going to be focusing on rigging only, because I have a lot of rigging work that I need to do. So I'm clearing my art queue so I don't feel stressed out by having to draw art for other people as well alongside rigging. So I'm not going to take on any more art commissions for a while. And also this way I can draw for myself for a while too. Because your girl needs to make her own art sometimes. Yeah, no, no lactation, Gray, no. No cockroach milk, no fox milk, no manta ray milk. I hate it here. It's okay, Gray, you'll survive. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. I feel like this needs to tone down a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, okay. Let us listen to some r slash stories some more. Let's go.
Dee was miserable the whole time. She didn't want that for herself. Her family supported her. Over the next year, she gifted items to family and friends, told us to write our names on things that we want, take what we wanted, etc. There were conditions. No, you can't have that.
Stop, Gray! No! Also, let me restart that story. Because what the fuck? I, like, completely missed the beginning of that. Oh, my desktop audio was muted. Hold on. Let me restart that completely. It's because my friends, there was a fight at her job like a year ago, and she just found out there was a video recording of the fight. So she sent the video and I watched it, but I muted the desktop audio so y'all didn't have to hear it. Okay, let me restart completely. So speaking of Fox Milk, I want to sketch out an idea of that Invisible Woman piece today.
That morning, I had taken some laxatives because I was constipated and couldn't use the bathroom. All of a sudden in the car as we were arguing, I told him I needed to use the restroom to pee, and he stopped at this really fancy place, and I wasn't dressed properly, so I told him I wasn't going in there. Then we got into a whole other argument with me about why I wouldn't just go in and use the restroom. So as he drives away, he's like, "Fine, we'll go home," and the house was pretty far away, like 30 minutes. All of a sudden, in the middle of the road, my stomach started to churn, and I tried moving around to try to look for comfort, and that's when I realized that I had to go. There was no time to find a bathroom. I just had to go. So anyways, I grabbed a plastic bag, and all of a sudden, there it was. So I pulled my pants down in the seat, placed the bag at the edge, and slid myself towards the edge, and you know what happened next. My poor boyfriend looked at me and pulled to the side and began to just look at me straight in the eyes and then roll down the window. I don't know if I should be in love or disgusted by the simple fact that this man just sat next to me while I took the worst poo of my life. Our next Reddit post is from Hazel Nutty. When my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer, she opted for no treatment. She had watched her husband go through chemo, radiation, and surgery, and he was miserable the whole time. She didn't want that for herself. Her family supported her. Over the next year, she gifted items to family and friends, told us to write our names on things that we want, take what we wanted, etc. There were conditions. No, you can't have that. That's a family heirloom meant to go to such and such. We all knew what those items were and who they were going to, so that was easily settled after she died. The house was inherited by my father, who very suddenly and unexpectedly passed away 2 weeks later. I inherited the house at that point. The next door neighbor, Todd, came over several times, upset that he and his kids, who were 21 and 19, weren't invited to Grandma's funeral. There wasn't a funeral. We were all too busy reeling from my father's death. And upset that he wasn't presented with a copy of the will.
What?
The will only included family members. And he absolutely knew that Grandma loved his kids like her own. She didn't. She complained about them coming over all the time and stealing her water to fill their pool. And she had to tell them to stop calling her Grandma. Todd wanted to know if I would allow his kids to go through the house to see if there was anything they'd like to take to remember her by. Okay, first of all, dude, my grandma died 4 weeks ago. And dude, my dad died 2 weeks ago. I thought he was awfully rude, but I offered to let them go through the boxes I'd packed that I was planning to donate, and he was offended. I mean, mortified. He said that his son and daughter had their hearts set on some of the items that, by the way, were family heirlooms, and I literally laughed at him. I explained they were family heirlooms, and they'd be staying with me and the rest of the family. He said, my kids were her family, and she would have gifted those to them. They should have been included along with everyone else when everything was divided up. Keep in mind, none of us knew this guy or his kids other than the neighbors next door. They were never at any family gatherings that were held at her house, and the only time I ever heard her talk about them was when she was complaining about them. Especially when she caught them using both of her hoses to fill up their pool and then came over complaining because she had put locks on the outdoor faucets.
Bruh.
Luckily, Todd's house was in foreclosure and he moved away about a year later. Our next Reddit post is from Parking Philosophy. I just gave
The
birth 4 days ago to a
audacity.
beautiful baby girl. I'm 29 and my husband is 30. Right after we were discharged and got home 3 nights ago, my husband got a phone call from his father, and next thing I know, my husband is losing it. He's on the phone for like 45 minutes, just flipping out, crying, snotting, yelling. I'm trying to figure out what's wrong, and he's ignoring me. He goes and gets himself a 6-pack. He finally opens up to me about what's going on. Apparently his brother, who I think is 27, I've only met him twice because he lives with their dad out of state, just got arrested for kidnapping, for photos of minor children, and having sexual relations with a, quote, young girl a week ago. My husband wouldn't tell me how old she was. He kept dodging the question. He's been a mess
Bruh.
since then. He's barely held our daughter, and when he does, he's just crying. He's not helping me at all. He's just completely shut down. I'm trying to be understanding, but I don't know the depth of what's actually happening at this point because he's not really communicating with me. Well, his mom showed up here at 8 a.m. this morning and woke us all up. He apparently invited her here to talk about what they're going to do. I kind of snapped at one point because I'm asking what's going on and they're all straight up ignoring me. So I snapped and said, will someone tell me what the hell is going on right now? And like, his mom brought up the article of the arrest and it says, minor girl aged 12 to 13. The girl was 12 when the abuse started and she's now 13. So I just kind of clam up because I'm in shock, I think. Well, him and his mom start talking about getting this guy a good lawyer because apparently there was evidence, text and messaging, showing that they were actively in a relationship and she knew what she was doing. They start searching for lawyers right then and there, and they start making phone calls to get quotes. Well, my husband just spoke to some lawyer for a free quote and gave the rundown of the situation to this guy, and my husband blamed the girl, basically. Yeah, it's messed up because the girl knew what she was effing doing, so
What?
she's just as much to blame here, if not more. I immediately felt sick to my stomach and just went to the bedroom with our daughter and kind of hid out, I guess. But him and his mom just came in here and asked me if I would pay for the lawyer. Apparently, the guy that he was just on the phone with quoted him $12,000. I have $26,000 saved up. They also said that my brother needed to be bailed out, and his bond was $10,000. Technically it's $100K, but I guess you only have to pay 10% of it? I'm confused. This is just what they're telling me. I think there's a longer process. This is all happening so fast. I don't
would
want to
divorce
pay
him
for a lawyer.
so
I don't want to
fast.
pay this guy's bond. I don't want to be around my husband who's blaming the girl. I don't want to be around him when he's an emotional train wreck and having no help with our daughter because he's so messed up in the head right now. I don't know if I should wait it out and give him a chance to think more clearly before I jump ship and run for the hills.
No.
But everything in my body
Girl,
right now is
go.
screaming at me to run. I told him that I didn't want to pay for the lawyer or bond. He said that he understood, but I think he's trying to guilt trip me because every time I leave the room, he follows 5 minutes later bawling his eyes out. And he's on the phone with someone saying he's never going to see his brother again and trying to figure out how he's going to come up with the money. I need to figure something out. He needs that lawyer and I don't have the money. Or he'll take tissues from the bathroom and then blow his nose in the living room where I am super loud. It feels manipulative. Am I the butthole for wanting to run without telling him and take the baby? I don't know what to do here.
Run.
Our next Reddit post is from Civil Aid. I'm a 30-year-old woman and my husband is 33. He has a best friend who's 33 that he's known since he was in diapers. They were each other's best friends for basically their whole lives.
Dude, I know Hydra would never, but if Hydra was to ever, like, she doesn't even have a sibling to begin with. But if she had a sibling and she defended them over pedophilia like that, with evidence, no. I could get it. Like some of the stories where there's literally no evidence and it's the word against somebody else's word. So you want to be a little understanding. But if there's hardcore evidence that they're a PDF file, hell no. You would be out my door. My foot would be in your ass kicking you out of it. Cause fuck that shit, dude. Fucking Hydra would kick my ass too. Fuck PDF files, dude.
Earlier this year, I found out that friend had started a group chat collecting ugly pictures of me where he and several of my husband's friends talked trash about me and
the
were planning to
fuck?
orchestrate making my husband think that I was cheating on him with my best friend. I'm not and never have. The best friend had orchestrated a number of awful things, such as trying to convince me that I was a narcissist and making sure food we ate was contaminated with peanuts. I am allergic. This group chat is 6 years old. My husband and I have been together for 6 years,
What?
married for 3 of those years. I was even more sad to find out that my husband knew they didn't like me and had been telling them to knock it off for years to no avail. Needless to say, when I found out, I was incredibly angry. My husband and I went to therapy, and we're in a good spot. The friend doubled down and continued to spread lies about me, saying that I cheated with him, etc. Basically, no intention of apologizing. I set an ultimatum, supported by our therapist, that if my husband didn't stop interacting with his best friend, that I would divorce him. He agreed, and he's been okay about it since. Or so I thought. I found out that my husband sent that friend an expensive birthday gift, and I confronted him. He insisted that he didn't have to talk to that friend, but they'd been doing gift exchanges for decades, and he didn't want to stop the tradition. I insisted that my boundary was that if he was
Bruh.
anything but no contact with his friend, I'd walk. Am I the butthole if I leave my husband for giving his best friend of 30 years a birthday gift? So
Nah.
this guy tries to literally murder his wife with peanuts that she's allergic to. And his response is, "Here's a gift, really expensive, hope you like it." OP,
Jesus.
the guy friend in this situation isn't the only person in this story who hates your guts. Our next Reddit post is from Crazy Mastiff. 2 weeks ago, on a random Thursday morning at like 1 a.m., someone started shooting off fireworks in my neighborhood. I've been having bouts of insomnia and was finally able to get to sleep, and I had to get to wake up at 4 a.m. for a meeting 2 hours away that I had to be at for 8 a.m. I was pissed, and so were my dogs. I love fireworks, but I think there's a time and a place for them. Thursday morning at 1 o'clock in the morning is not it. I posted to the neighborhood Facebook group a few hours later during a coffee break about people who set off fireworks at 1 a.m. midweek. After I make the long drive home, I check my Facebook. Some guy comments that I can't sleep because I'm a fat pig. Now, I'm chubby, but I'm not sloppy fat. Plus, I just lost the equivalent of a fully grown male wombat, or 54 North American gray squirrels, so I feel effing awesome about myself. This is where I may have screwed up. I respond to the guy, who was maybe mid to late 30s, very early 40s, about the same age group as me. I write beneath his, "Listen, dude's name, I'm sorry I had to end things, but I just didn't have the same feelings. What you're saying now is just hurtful and mean. Please stop sending me messages, and commenting on my Facebook post is just a pathetic way to contact me. I told you a dozen times already, we're done. It's over." The following day, I had to get to the airport for an out-of-country vacation that had me getting up early and leaving early as hell. So I didn't check my Facebook during all the craziness. And I couldn't check my Facebook even if I wanted. I was on a cruise, and I'm not paying $25 a day for internet, and the country we visited didn't really have the greatest Wi-Fi. Besides, I was having a blast leaving the chaos of the world behind. I signed into Facebook about a week later, and damn! Apparently, people took this seriously and told the guy's wife. The wife was freaking out on me, pleading for information, sending me messages. Her and her friends were DMing me. He was DMing me. It was bad. The last message was this guy saying that I'm a total grunt because I refused to tell the truth and I just destroyed his life. I immediately messaged both him and his wife explaining what happened. I sent pictures of me on vacation even, time-stamped. Apparently, he's a serial cheater, and when I exposed our affair, another woman exposed her affair with the husband to the wife because the affair partner was jealous that he had yet another side chick. This was the straw that broke the camel's back, because not only of the multiple affairs, but because he humiliated her with how public it was, especially it being a neighborhood Facebook group.
Oh my god.
Our next Reddit post is from Foxtrot Crewneck. For background, my parents have been friends with Matt and Amy for many years. They have a son named Steven, who's 18. Him and my brother, who's also 18, are best friends. Today my mom called me, a 20-year-old woman, and she asked me if it would be wrong for her to throw away a college acceptance letter of my brother's because the college was very far away and she didn't want him to go. My mom would literally never do that, so I thought that it was a weird and funny way to tell me that my brother got accepted out of state. My mom then got serious and asked me if that would be wrong, and I immediately, because she would never do that, asked who she knew that did that. She reluctantly said that Matt and Amy had thrown away a college acceptance letter of Steven's for a college that he really wanted to go to because they thought that it was too far away. It's not even out of state. It's 4 hours by car.
Bruh.
I told my mom that I was really disappointed that they're the type of people that would do that, and she said that she told Amy off for it. My mom didn't want me to tell anyone. She was just ranting to me, and if I told Steven, Amy would know that my mom told me. I said that I wouldn't, but I immediately told my brother. I called him and let him know, and he was gutted for his friend. He let me know that he would encourage his whole group of friends to check online statuses of colleges they applied to in case acceptance letters got lost. That way, my mom wouldn't be put in the middle of it. I thought it was a pretty good plan until I mentioned it to a college friend, and she thought that I should stay out of other people's business. She said that I'm the butthole for trying to meddle. What? The other parents literally can't even get mad at you, OP, because they're clearly pro-meddling, right? So if they think it's okay to meddle in other people's lives, then they must also think it's okay for you to meddle in their life too,
Literally.
right? Also, this is so crazy because this type of betrayal is the type of thing that, people cut off contact to their family for. Imagine delivering a wound of betrayal that deep over a 4-hour car drive. I thought we'd be talking about like a
Seriously.
5-hour plane trip. This is nothing. Our next Reddit post is from Cherry Fuzz. This whole situation started when I found some mail that showed that my mom had been receiving checks in my name and not telling me. I found out that she had been trying to take my money to give to my brother because he was in debt and needed money, which I was obviously very hurt by. So I moved out, got my money, and just wanted to get away from the whole situation and just process and think about everything that was happening. However, my mom kept texting me and calling me repeatedly asking for money, but I told her no, as she didn't even care about me enough to not lie and steal from me. So a week passes, and in the middle of the night, I get a call from my mom. She tells me to come to her house and we'd talk there. She then tells me that my brother overdosed on a bunch of different pills that he had in his medicine cabinet, and that his girlfriend found him and called 911. He wrote a note though, saying that he was sorry and that he just couldn't take the pressure of having so much debt, and he just felt so heavy and stressed because of it. He said that it's none of our faults and that he loves us very much, but he can't handle it anymore. I know that I could have helped him. I feel so guilty now. It's all my fault. That was r/top post
not
from
your
Reddit, and
fault.
if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also, hit that subscribe button because I put out new Reddit videos every single day. Welcome to r/am I.
Yep. He's been making these videos for so fucking long, dude. I don't know how he doesn't run out of stories. But then again, we do have 365 days in a year for new stories to arise. And like, what? 15 billion people in the world?
By the Butthole, where OP's wife reveals that she's actually a psycho. Am I the butthole for telling my wife that she can leave because I'm not kicking my older kids out? I'm a 43-year-old guy, and I've been with my current wife, Amanda, who's 42, for the past 6 years. We have 2 daughters, Becca, who's 4, and Eliza, who's 2, together, while I have 2 kids from my previous marriage, Liam, who's 17, and Sage, who's 15. The divorce was less than amicable, and since my ex-wife had more money and a better paying job, she was awarded primary custody despite me fighting it. For the last 8 years, I've had my older kids every other weekend and on Wednesdays. A few weeks ago, my older kids asked if they could live with us full-time due to issues with their stepdad. Liam especially had come to blows with him a few times, and even their mother thought that it would be for the best. I did talk to my wife about it, and I know that she wasn't happy as she feels uncomfortable around my older kids, although this is something she neglected to tell me until we had our first child together. Things since Liam and Sage moved in have been hard, and as much as I'd love to get some family therapy, my wife is against it and we're on a waiting list. Before, when my kids would come over, my wife would take our daughters to her parents a lot to give us space, even though I never asked for it. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm sure being a step-parent is difficult, but my kids are really good kids. They have straight A's, lots of friends, play sports, and are incredibly respectful. I know I'm biased, but people go out of their way to tell me these things. So it's been terrible watching Amanda nitpick everything they do, almost as if she's waiting for them to slip up so she can send them back to their moms. We'd already gotten to an argument over the holidays due to her trying to push them out of our traditions. So obviously the house is tense, and we've all been walking on eggshells. Then, yesterday morning, when I was making us some breakfast, we heard a scream, and Becca came into the kitchen crying, saying that Sage hit her. Amanda ran into the den where Liam and Sage were and started screaming at them to leave. She was obviously pissed, but Sage told her that she was sorry, that she had been done with the TV, so she changed it to one of the girls' shows, and then Becca got excited and bit her. Sage said that she didn't mean to slap her, and she felt bad. I immediately calmed down because I think anyone has been there, but Amanda didn't believe her. Sage had a bite mark, for God's sake. Things continued escalating, and our girls were crying, and Amanda screamed at both of my older kids to leave. Sage told her she would go so my wife would calm down, and that pissed Amanda off more. Liam and Sage left for a friend's and ended up spending the night there. So for the past day, Amanda has been saying that I need to pack their stuff and send them back to my ex-wife's permanently. I can't keep dealing with this BS. I told her this morning that it was an accident and she needed to let it go, but she's refusing, even threatening to call the cops. She said that she could never be comfortable with her babies around Sage anymore and that she didn't feel safe. I laughed because one time Amanda hit Becca for biting her. Amanda ended up taking the girls to her mom's, and I told my kids to come back. Amanda has been texting me that she'll be back tomorrow and the kids need to be gone. I was ignoring her, but I finally said that this was their home, and if she wasn't comfortable, she could pack up and leave. My parents came over and basically told me that I wasn't wrong, but I shouldn't have said that my wife should leave. I know there are some things that you can't take back, but at this point, I almost mean it. I would hate to deal with another divorce, but Amanda has been so terrible to my older kids the past few days. I honestly feel like she's become a different person. Then, 3 days later, OP posted an update. First, OP explains how his kids are handling this, and basically, they're really sad and apologetic. Then, things get interesting. So, meanwhile, Amanda's been texting me nonstop. I haven't been responding unless it was about Eliza and Becca. She said some incredibly cruel things about me, my older 2 kids, and our relationship. Basically telling me that my kids just want us to break up just like their stepdad and I shouldn't let them win. She called them spoiled and entitled and smartasses who would ruin my life if I kept letting them. I obviously ignored that, but between all this, she texted me a list that she wrote of her non-negotiables for her to move back in. They were all pretty deranged, except one did say that she wanted cameras in the common areas, which I've already decided on and ordered. Here are the others. I have to cut Sage and Liam out of the will because they'll get money from their mom. This house is one that I bought with my ex-wife, and she wants to sell it and buy one to start fresh. I want to point out that when we got together, I told her I was definitely going to be staying in this house until my kids went to college since it's their childhood home. And now it's our girls' childhood home, so I won't be leaving. My kids will need to find somewhere else to live when they turn 18. She doesn't want to have anything to do with my older kids, including family events, dinners, and vacations. And yes, that would mean excluding my oldest from any family vacations, pictures, all of that. She doesn't want, quote, her, as in our daughters, around Sage or Liam. She wants veto power over any extra time or money that I'd be spending on Sage and Liam to make sure that things stay fair. Probably the most deranged one is that she wants half of the child support that their mom is sending to put into a retirement account in her name. It was immature, but I just responded with haha, and she sent some other BS text to piss me off. I talked to my father-in-law earlier today when he picked up and dropped off the younger girls from church. He seemed annoyed with the whole situation and referred to it as Amanda's little tantrum. Originally, the girls were going to go home with them, but they threw a fit. Luckily, I'm off work this week to be with them. The sad thing is that Sage and Liam have been avoiding the younger girls, which is devastating for them, but I'm trying to work on explaining everything right now. Then, 4 days later, OP posts another update just to say that he's talking to his lawyer, and all of a sudden, Amanda is sucking up over the phone again. OP, there's basically no coming back from this. Your wife has finally revealed her true colors. Somehow, she was able to keep it all under wraps for I don't even know, 6 years I think you said that you were together. And after 2 kids, now she takes off the mask, which is way too late. So I'm sorry to say this, OP, but you got another rocky divorce on the horizon. You get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving Amanda 3 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for telling my mom that she'll regret picking her husband over her children? I'm a 23-year-old woman and my husband is 22. We moved in with my mom over the summer to help my mom with her bills and to help take care of my 3 younger siblings. The main reason for this move was because I didn't want my mom to get back with her boyfriend that she's been dating on and off for the past 7 to 8 years. Not long after we moved in, she starts talking to him again after repeatedly telling me that she's never going to get back together with him. She then goes on to marry him, and since then has taken on this mentality that she's his wife and has responsibilities towards him. So she has to be with him 24/7, which in turn means that me and my siblings see her less because he doesn't live with us. Ever since she got married, she goes directly to him after work, and the only time my siblings see her is in the morning when she takes them to school. She's not even home during the weekends. Recently, this past weekend, me and her ended up arguing over text because my siblings missed their mom and wanted to see her. She then chooses, instead of coming to see her kids, to call them and tell them that she's too busy to see them, and that when she was there, all they did was play video games, but now that she's with her husband, they suddenly miss her and want to spend time with her. This made my siblings sad, which naturally made me step in and tell her off. I told her she can't be serious right now, and that obviously her children are going to miss her. That even though they might have a roof over their heads and food, that doesn't mean they don't still need their mother's presence more than just a few minutes in the morning when they're going to school. I told her she can't seriously be picking a man that has literally shown he doesn't care about her over her children who do love her. She responded by telling me the same thing she told my siblings. That when she was with us, my siblings didn't appreciate her and that they just spent their time playing video games. I'm like, be for real. You're resenting them as if they're not literally children. Where's that energy for the man who's literally done nothing good for us? She's like, oh, so I'm a bad mom? Okay,
Yes,
that's
you are.
fine. You'll regret your words one day. She then hangs up on me and refuses my calls and texts my sister telling her she's not going to talk to me. So I texted her and told her the one who's going to regret her words is you, and you'll be sorry for picking a man over your children. The day you learn to not put a man on a pedestal is the day you'll get your blessings. It's a serious mental problem to be so attached to a man. I said that I love her, but she's not okay by doing what she's doing. She's now no longer talking to me and only contacts my siblings. OP, it straight up sounds like you got scammed. It sounds like your mom always planned to do this, but she needed free childcare, so she scammed you into moving in, and the second you did, she's like, okay, bye, and this is all your fault because you're all
Yeah.
bad kids. So I mean, what can I do? I've got a husband now, so see ya. OP, the best course of action is to report your mom to Child Protective Services. I'm giving you 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your mom 3.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for calling off my wedding after my fiance's surprise gift? So, I'm a 30-year-old woman, and I've been engaged to my fiance, Mark, who's 32, for about a year, and we've been together for 3 years. I've always known Mark to be a bit unconventional. He's very creative and sometimes takes things a little too far in the name of surprise or excitement. Most of the time I love his adventurous spirit, but this time, not so much. A couple of weeks
Oh no. We love messy family lives. Your father marry someone rotten. Rotten married, rotten more like, oh no. Ugh. Man, that coffee's tasting like extra nice right now. It is done. There's actually so many layers on this. I normally don't do a lot of layers like this for an art piece, but this one kind of really needed it. Lots and lots of tentacles. I'm honestly really happy with it. This piece came out kind of baller. And as a treat, we're gonna sketch out the one piece. Okay. Susan Storm. I want to see your honker spill out piece. And I think one of her voice lines too is, I think y'all needed a healer or some shit voice. Dude, Olive is so funny. she has this colorful ball that she broke off one of the toys, and it's like her favorite thing to play with, and she just walks around with it, and she'll toss it around, but then she'll carry it and just growl. And it's really cute. Like she's doing it right now, and all I hear is like growling. She's so funny about her ball. Okay. Okay. The KO assist. Clearly you needed some help. That shit, I hear that and I'm like, damn, dude. I know that pisses people off hearing that. Nope, don't chew on my wire, ma'am. She just crawled up into my lap. Olive. Tiny child. You're so fucking cute. I want to squish you. You're so tiny. Hello. Hello, Olive. It's funny because Hydra had bought a set of cat collars that were all fruit themed. And so every cat has had its own collar since then. And she got the final one. She's our little pineapple. But Lobster has cherries, or no. Asami has cherries. I think one of them has watermelon. I can't remember the other ones though. Okay. Yeah, her damage taken quotes too. Anyone willing to help? What am I? Invisible? A little help, please? Like, dude, that shit. I don't even need magic for you. Yeah. Dude, some of these the things some of these characters say, it's like the shit you would hear from actual players too, which really fucking tickles me. Okay, but clearly you needed some help. Okay, yeah, because I was like, I want one of her little quotes on this piece too. I'm not gonna do like a full body because I can't be fucked about that, honestly. I don't know. We'll see.
Weeks ago, we had a small get together with some close friends to celebrate our upcoming wedding. Mark had mentioned that he had a surprise for me, which I figured would be something sweet, like a heartfelt gift or maybe a romantic gesture. Well, as the night went on, after a few drinks, Mark finally revealed his gift.
I need to write down the quote really quick. Just so I at least have it like to the side. Because I know that I want her to like be saying that essentially. We'll see how much Hydra will pester me to make it a full body. Nah, Hydra will pester me to fix my body language. Because I'm so bad with bodies sometimes, man.
He pulled out what looked like a box from a special jewelry store. My heart raced with excitement as I assumed that it was a lovely bracelet or a special memento for our wedding day. But when he opened the box, I was absolutely stunned. Inside was a key to a house that he supposedly bought for us. I was taken aback because I had no idea he was even looking for real estate. My first reaction was one of shock and confusion, as I thought that it was a huge decision that we should have discussed together. As I processed the moment, I realized the house wasn't just any house. It was a fixer-upper on the outskirts of town. Now, I get that it can be a great investment, but this particular house needed a ton of work. I'm talking major renovations and repairs, and I honestly had no desire to live there. Mark hadn't consulted me at all before making this purchase, and I felt blindsided. Normally, I'd be overjoyed about investing in our future together, but the fact that he had made such a significant commitment without me crushed me. I quietly took the key and told him we needed to talk about this. As we stepped outside, I expressed how hurt I felt that he had made such a big decision without discussing it with me first, and that it felt like a violation of trust. Mark got defensive and insisted that this was a wonderful surprise, a way for us to start our lives together. He said that I was missing the bigger picture and that I should be excited about our future. Honestly, I just felt overwhelmed and confused. I told him I didn't think that we were ready for this, and I think that we should focus on our wedding first. After a heated argument, I made the gut-wrenching decision to call off the wedding. Mark was devastated, and our friends were shocked. I had just ruined what was supposed to be a happy night, and I felt horrible. Since then, Mark has been trying to reach out, saying he wishes we could talk it over, but I can't shake the feeling that he disrespected my feelings and my input in our relationship. I've been reflecting on whether I overreacted. Am I the butthole for calling off the wedding after his surprise gift? The whole point of a marriage is to live your life as partners, as equals. You consider each other's feelings, you communicate with each other. This gift is the opposite of that, and I don't even know if it can be called a gift, because once you get married, his debt becomes your debt. So it's less of a gift and more of a responsibility. OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. I'm giving your fiance 2.5 out of 5 buttholes. Am I the butthole for not supporting my ex-best friend after my brother put her in the hospital? My brother was a dick to me my whole life. He's 2 years older than me and blamed me for his dad leaving. We have different dads. We were raised by Mom, who was very much checked out, and that made me an easy target. He wished me dead, called me a whore, he got other kids to bully me in school, and every chance he got, he told me he wished that I wasn't his sister. I had a best friend throughout all that, Sammy. Her dad and siblings were also really great, and they took me in as family because they knew that mine sucked. When we were 16, Sammy betrayed me in the worst way by starting to date my brother. I told her I'd never forgive her. She tried to make it seem like I was the bad guy, and how dare I tell her who she could and couldn't date. She knew what my brother was like and still dated him. I had to pull away from her family because I couldn't be around her, but I did tell her dad. Sammy hated me for it because her dad did everything to get her away from my brother. I got a call a couple of weeks ago, and it was Sammy's dad. My brother put Sammy in the hospital, and her dad wanted to give me a heads up in case my brother tried to come for me. Sammy tried reaching out, but when I realized it was her calling, I shut it down. She kept trying and I ignored her and then blocked her. She had her sister reach out, and while we were talking, she took the phone off her sister and she told me she needed me. I told her to go to hell. A few more attempts were made, and then one of her siblings called while Sammy was there, and they asked me how I could do that, and shouldn't I understand what my brother is like, and to be there for the girl who was there for me until she made a mistake. I said there was no coming back from that, and I refused to believe that she was manipulated, that it was an easy cop-out, and I owe her nothing. They tried to insult me, but I ended the call and blocked the number. Am I the butthole? OP, you did warn her. You didn't try to warn her. You literally said, hey, he's not a good guy, don't date her, and she did it anyways, so how is this your fault? How is this your responsibility? OP, you get 0 out of 5 buttholes. Your brother gets 4 out of 5 buttholes for beating up women. And I'm giving your friend, I guess, 2.5 out of 5 buttholes for being really hypocritical and unfair towards you. That was r/Am I the Butthole. And if you like this content, check out my podcast where I publish the exact same episodes. Also,
There goes Olive.
welcome to r/Am I.
What you get?
I had a water flosser that said it was delivered.
A water flosser?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it said delivered on front porch.
Oh shit. Check the back porch.
Welcome to r/Off My Chest, where OP goes undercover to destroy the lives of his.
No, not Hydra. Not yet. That's just the roommate. Hydra will be off in 20 minutes. So,
The back porch.
nothing on the back porch. I know I miss her too. I never get to see her like anymore because we have like polar opposite fucking schedules now. So that's fun. We'll see.
His coworkers. Our next Reddit post is from 200 Cats in a Trench Coat. I'm a 32-year-old guy, and I do not like my coworkers. It started almost immediately when I got the job. A very dude bro kind of environment.
Hold on.
And while I personally find that stuff pretty obnoxious, I'm also a social chameleon and prefer to fly under the radar if possible. There's exactly one person at work who I'll actually engage in conversation, and that's because we happen to share a passion for tabletop games. But I will not mince words. I don't think this guy is a good person. He's fun to chat with about gaming stuff, but if the topic of gay marriage comes up, he'll say some of the most disgusting stuff I've ever heard. So I'm chatting with this dude about a recent expansion when he asked if I'd ever seen his girlfriend. I tell him, no, not as far as I'm aware. He then proceeds to show me, while we're at work, a naked picture of his girlfriend.
What the fuck?
I'm immediately put off by this, but doing my best not to make a scene, I just tell him not to show me stuff like this at work. He puts his phone away and tells me that if I'm interested in seeing more stuff like that, him and a couple other dudes have a group chat where they share pictures of their girlfriends, and
What
that
the
he could get
fuck?
me an invite to it if he'd like, but I'd have to give him a picture of my girlfriend first, so that, according to him, they would know that I wouldn't snitch. This is
What
where
the
my
fuck?
plan started. You see, Reddit, my girlfriend runs an OnlyFans, and I'm one of the few people who can show other people his girlfriend's nudes and not have it be a big deal. So I told my work buddy that I have to think about it, but I'd let him know. That night when I got home, I sat my girlfriend down and told her everything that happened, and then told her what I wanted to do. Basically, use some of her photos from her OnlyFans as a way to get access to this group chat, take a bunch of screenshots of it, and send it to the partners of these men. She was worried about it possibly damaging my career, but I basically told her that I was getting pretty effing sick of this place. So my days were pretty numbered there anyways. She had to think about it for a little bit, but by the end of the night, she said that she was down. I wish I could say that the evidence gathering section of this story was
Don't
more
know,
exciting,
dude.
but it really wasn't. With one nude as payment, I had access to the group chat. Now,
Yippee.
there was a lot, just a ton of pictures and videos. some clearly taken from hidden
Yeah, I sucked at my
cameras.
tooth at one point. I was like,
Oh, the little toothpick
Yeah.
ones?
no, not the toothpick ones, the wired like ones.
Oh, I only use the toothpick. I hate using the other ones.
Also surprising is that more than one person in that group was in a managerial position, and many of these men had partners who worked in the company. Of the 2 weeks that I spent compiling
Whoa.
evidence, the hardest thing I had to do was look one of my female coworkers in the eyes, one of the sweetest girls I know, and pretend that I didn't know how much her fiance had betrayed her trust, pretending everything was fine. But tonight's the night. I took a couple of days off in preparation for the fallout, but I have a good feeling that I may not have a job by the end of this weekend. I wish I could say that I was excited, but honestly, I don't know if I've ever felt more anxious in my life. I think I'm doing the right thing, but I also know that I'm about to make at least 6 enemies for life. Then OP posted an update. One of the photos contained a minor. Fallout was bad. Legal consequences have yet to be solidified, and most people, including me, were fired or asked to resign. I hope that gives some closure. I genuinely cannot fathom why anyone would want to risk their job, their relationship, and possibly even going to jail all over grainy photos of some girl in accounting that you barely talk to. What's the point? What's the appeal? The internet is drowning in adult content, most of which is free, and these people are risking everything for low-res photos. I just
Yeah.
cannot fathom the logic here. Our next
Jesus.
Reddit post
Okay, Hydra's calling. Hello. Hydra's home.
Do not walk in front of my fucking feet. I will punt you next time.
Hi.
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 Bye.
Oh, goodbye. I do speak.
Hey, you left your creamer out on the counter.
I think it was empty.
That is not empty.
Oh.
I think it was empty. You say as I pick it up and it was literally almost full.
Whoops. That's because the coffee was empty. So I guess I just forgot. Are you starting it right now? Are you starting the dishes right now?
No.
Okay.
I want to go to Dairy Queen before all the people come back from work and it gets like really bad.
Yeah. Me? 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 What's this? What's this?
Open.
Oh my god.
So every day I have to throw away a bunch of the strawberries that are frozen because no one orders smoothies, but I have to put them out every day. And then I realize, oh yeah, these are like really syrupy and stuff. I think Faye would like them. So then I put a bunch of sugar on them and I put them in there.
Oh my god.
So it's like
I love you
they're
so
like
much.
defrosted strawberries with sugar. So they're really goopy and soft, but I think they'd be good. I don't know.
Oh my god.
I don't think they're pre-sugared. So.
I don't have any thing to fucking. Let me use the straw. Fuck it. Oh my god. Give me your.
Whole strawberry in the mouth.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, look, it's Lobster. He's so cute. He's triangle. Look at him. He's so cute. When you're not. Well, he's not a shithead anymore. She's a shithead.
Oh my god. This is great, dude. I'm having the time of my life right now.
This is not for you.
You're gonna have to fight for it yourself. I'm struggling.
Hold it.
I can't even get it to stab it proper. Because it's a straw.
Oh my god, what? When. Go away! All of you! Are you drinking the syrup?
Yes.
Stop!
It's good.
Gross.
Gross, dude. It's just strawberry syrup.
I said tiramisu on it, but the tips are plain. No.
What am I doing? What the hell am I doing? Hydra brought me home a cup of glazed strawberries.
Yeah.
I'm having the best time of my life right
She's
now.
Sucking them strawberries. They're, by the way, they're whole. They were whole frozen strawberries that have defrosted over the time of the day. So I put a bunch of sugar on them. So now she's drinking like strawberry concentrate and just sucking them into her mouth whole. Like imagine a whole strawberry just.
This is the best.
You're welcome.
I love you so much.
Yeah, I know.
Do
Okay.
you want to see the piece that I'm working on?
Make her titties bigger.
I've already been struggling with that.
So, you want to go to Dairy Queen?
Yeah, we'll go to Dairy Queen. All right. I am a professional juice slurper. All right. I'll finish this off of stream probably. Let's see. Who is there that we can raid? Hey, my son is streaming. I'm gonna send y'all off to Grarl. Okay. Thanks for chilling with me all day, Gray. If we play Marvel Rivals, I might drag you in. Yeah. Nah, I'm still probably gonna work on art even off stream. But Hydra's only got like a few hours to be awake when she gets home, so I want to spend it with her. So, all right, I'm gonna send you guys off to Grarl. Thank you guys for hanging out. Have a good day. Bye.